tired of tugging my hair and scratching my neck till it's red. And I'm wired from all of the coffee I'm funneling into my head. My legs are jelly at night from boogieing straight into bed. And I try to straighten it out and get tangled all over again. Some shit lingers just a little bit, way too long, nibbling fingers when nothing's wrong. I should have bought you a boomerang. I should have bought you a boomerang. Spin around and around and around, right back to you, and I never do. Spin around and around and around. Wind down, devour a slice, a moment with all of my friends. And I'm up at 3 in the morning with Sequest reruns. Some shit lingers a little bit, way too long, nibbling fingers when nothing's wrong. I should have bought you a boomerang. I should have bought you a boomerang. Spin around and around and around, right back to you, and I never do. Spin around and around and around.
Hello. I got like a few questions in my chat. Have you played this before? Are you referring to that song or Quake? Because the answer probably yes to both of them if we're being honest. But okay. So first off, if you just got here and you're like, it says he's gonna play Quake, so I'm gonna play Scourge of Armagon of Aragorn. It is the first mission pack released for Quake, so like a DLC from the 90s, right? So I'm not going to be playing the base Quake campaign. I have made the bucket list video. I covered base Quake, but I haven't played the mission packs or some of the sequels of it. I've talked a bit about, like on the last stream, how I want to finish each of those series from the bucket list. And as you could probably tell by like the going live message, I want to collect footage from a lot of these mission packs and sequels. I'm not going to stream all of them. Since I have a scheduled stream on Tuesday, I figured, it's probably like a 3-hour, 4-hour DLC or mission pack. So I'm just going to play this live. I'm not necessarily going to play like everything that I'm recording footage for live, but you can expect some more streams later in the month, probably of like Quake 3 Arena and maybe Quake Champions. Like the multiplayer components of Quake where having a Twitch stream is very beneficial for populating a server. So I'll probably do some like community Quake nights later in the month. Most of the games I'm playing, I'm just gonna record offline. But again, I uploaded a video like 2 days ago, so it doesn't hurt to be live while people are still being reminded that I'm active again. Anyways, hey everybody. Good to see you. I'm still sort of reading through any comments I see in my chat here. That's really nice to hear, Umberbee. I hope you're keeping upward. What else? So as a reminder, I still am getting off the other end of like I guess a flu. I looked into it and it it could very well be the measles, which have had an outbreak in Atlanta, and I live in Georgia. A lot of the symptoms overlap. I think I just had the flu. I'm mostly through it, but I do still have a cough. So you're gonna probably hear me cough a lot. I'll try to mute and turn away from the mic, but I'm still like getting better. So be ready for that. For anyone who like not a big FUNKe stream person, I have this software that lets me first person use my hands to point at stuff. It can do some other cool stuff too, but I'm too brain fogged to remember my hotkey to pull out the gun. So for now, you're really just gonna see me point sometimes. Otherwise, just forget it's even there. I call it hand tubing, but I'm not gonna make a big deal out of it. Thank you for the subs and all of that. Scourge is probably my second favorite just because the one after it has crazy weapons. Yeah, I've heard. But I can't throw my hat in that ring quite yet. So let me make sure I've like set up everything correctly. I tried to you know, adjust, because my last stream was pretty scuffed, right? So I was very inaudible, low compression. I just want to like, I'm just gonna do a quick audio test. Like, you guys can hear me fine relative to the game, right? Like, is the game too quiet? I guess it's hard to tell because I'm in the hub world, but... So I could play easy, normal, or hard. Realistically, I think I'm gonna go normal. If I were offline, I would go hard mode. No heartbeat needed. But if I'm streaming, I'm not gonna I'm not gonna be locked in enough. It's gonna turn a 3-hour playthrough into a 9-hour playthrough. And I'll talk a little bit more about how I'm playing. So the Steam release of Quake changes some stuff. I'm not a big nerd. I don't know about like the different engine that the Steam version runs on, Quake versus whatever. But I do know, like, the Steam version has the remaster with the RTX lighting, and it has the original. But even the original does some stuff, like it cuts out the original music, I think. Tell me to stop. I'm being very educational right now. It might slightly change some of, like, the movement in the Steam release. I'm playing off I guess like a fork called Quake. I was just looking up like how do I restore like the most authentic Quake experience. And obviously it's not the most authentic. I'm playing widescreen with a mouse. So but it is. I found this fork called Quake where it restores the kind of blocky chunky animation. Because I guess it interpolates it on the Steam version, where it makes a full animation out of the swing. All the in-betweens included. And it can be a bit gross. Quake restores some other stuff too. I don't know if I don't think I'm playing with like the music restoration. But basically I restored a few things just so it's more authentic, but it's not going to be one for one. Like, I considered playing this game at 4:3 resolution in windowed mode at, you know, 640, but it's not fun. It's actually really hard to, like, tell what's happening at that low of a resolution with the choppy animations. It's just too... it's too chunky. This yard has both scorpions and Rottweilers, and they're both deadly. First death, damn. Well, nothing's broken on the stream yet, so that's good. This also reminds me of, like, how beyond awful, for lack of a better term, that the audio mixing is on the original Quake. Like, I specifically turned the game down extra quiet relative to my voice because it's... if it's even within, like, 5 decibels, I'm gonna get drowned out by hups and lightning sound effects. Another thing I'm noticing is how instantly this mission pack splinters off. Like, this is where the map starts. And within 3 seconds, it gives you a fork in the road. Which, like, Quake would do that, but I don't remember it being quite as, like, blunt about it. I recall Quake being more like you enter a room that forks, not you start in a cylindrical hallway that forks immediately. In a good way, I should say. Hey, FUNKe, hope you're feeling better. Yeah. The weirdest part is, like, I swear I got a flu shot, and I still ended up getting hit with... Oh! Yo, I found another angle to the Scorpion Rottweiler yard. That's fucking Quake right there. I just found another angle to deal with this shit. And I can barely even use it because these guys are sniping me. Also, what is this? What is this gun? Is this like a Star Wars laser? It's like a stormtrooper gun. Yeah, again, I'm full blind into Quake, so I'm not playing this with a pre-existing knowledge of all the weapons and secret doors. It's gonna be a lot of learning. Oh, it's like a force field. Where's the button to turn it off? I'm worried it's gonna kill me if I... Oh, I just bump into it. Okay. Tabbing out to move some menus around, some windows around. So I guess I have to go to a different direction. This is definitely the coolest gun I've found. Yeah, I didn't know this when I made the bucket list video, but like when Quake came out, it had mouse support, but it wasn't like I guess out the box. They knew a lot of people would not have a mouse, or they would not be playing with a mouse. So I guess a lot of people's initial experience with Quake was like on like on mouse and keyboard. I don't know how they fired. I'm using my WASD right now. I guess I could just use my mouse to aim. And it doesn't feel like unbearable, but like you sure as shit can't look up and down with it. So, fun Quake fact there. No key. I've heard Quake described as like a brown hell. Because the whole game is just this. It's just like a mixture of rust and brown. Yo, okay, now we're really cooking. It's the cock gun. Access denied. I did not realize how much of this would be like Dark Souls. Door does not open from this side. Which is a redundant comparison since it was before Dark Souls, but you know what I mean. Goodbye, doggy. I gotta be careful because if you look at the bottom of the screen, you can see like my health and ammo. It's like a tiny little bar. It's really easy to forget. Like what's the zero? I think I'm 75 HP and 0 shield. I want to rocket jump up there, but I'm afraid I'm gonna die. Okay, I wouldn't die, but I did fuck up the jump. Am I save scumming right now? Technically. But whatever. It's my playthrough. I am trying to wall jump right now. I'm also trying to crouch jump, but I don't think you could crouch in Quake. So, yeah, I can't. If it's possible to make that jump, I'm not gamer enough to do it yet. That one I could make. I don't know why I made it. I just destroyed 50 HP for nothing. Congrats on the last video. Love you. Thank you. Alright. I definitely need to get through here. That's the literal end of the level, if I'm not mistaken. But there's a secondary entrance? I mean, it seems like I've cleared the level. Fuck. Well, I know where one guy is. Yeah, I guess the rocket launcher is not a great close quarters weapon. Yeah, I gotta get up there. Oh my, I swear to God, if it's a fucking shoot the button thing. It is, it's... No, that's a secret. Oh, I like that. Thanks, Quake. Thanks, Carmack. That's a Carmack moment right there. That's an undersell whatever dev actually implemented that by accrediting Carmack moment. A rocket should fit well. Okay, I'll do that after I stop dying. A rocket should fit well down this pipe. That's what she said. Whoa. You guys see that? Destructible terrain? This is next gen technology. And I get the scuba diving suit. Yeah, I probably should have. You know, in hindsight, I could have just shot a grenade into the room. I didn't need to be in that room at all. Huh. Live and learn. It's okay, I'm not that far back from where I was. You know, I'm just gonna make a habit. Is this like the nade launcher? Like a trip mine? Okay. I destroyed the pumps. I don't really know what that means, but I'm guessing that the water level dropped or rose. Demo man? Yeah, I mean, it is fun to play in real time and recall how many things directly would go on to become TF2 mechanics. Like, this gun, it's hard not to immediately see the resemblance. The fact that there's nothing alive is freaking me out, because I'm pretty deep in the level. I guess it's a proximity grenade, that's what it is. It's a shame we never got a Stormtrooper gun in TF2, though. Actually, no, we got the Righteous Bison. I take that back. It doesn't bounce, though. Are there any projectiles in TF2 that bounce other than, like, the grenade launcher? Other than, like, pipes? I really can't think of anything. I guess maybe, like, the Sandman baseball, but it doesn't impact, like, you know, it's a purely cosmetic bounce. So I just got the yellow key. That's what I'm doing. Now I have to, find my way to the yellow key thing. This is to the blue. Quake puzzles. They stick. Oh, I swear this guy respawns. This is, it's always like the one hallway you don't check. I do know what I'm looking for, which is the yellow key door. I don't know the shortest path to it. Or a path to it, for that matter. Might as well stock up on everything. Old games loved various color keys. Yeah. But I mean, you have to consider how, like, immediately comprehensible it is as a game mechanic. Like, you gotta collect a thing, and that thing is one distinct color. God, I wish I could jump up there. I wish I had the skill. I'm not kidding. I'm about to put my left hand on the wall and just follow until I find the yellow keycard. When I make my next video, it's just gonna be like 30 minutes of shitting on Quake. Like, what are they fucking thinking? It wasn't immediately obvious to me as a consumer where to go. And they made me waste my fucking time for 10 minutes. Searching for a door. Exit. I want to go to the exit. This feels right. This feels correct. Yeah. Eat up my key. I didn't... Did I, like... Okay. That's that... Me and my hubris, I thought I had to interact with the key card to open the door, as opposed to the door. Jeez, I thought I was about to get smashed by the freaking closing mechanical door. I did it. I beat it in twice the time anyone who's played this game before did. Oh yeah, I got addicted to Risk of Rain 2 because you made one reference to it in a video. Fun fact. You guys know how, like, some of the Risk of Rain 2 devs got... I'm adjusting my headphones. Got swallowed up by Valve? Because, so Valve... I don't know if they, like, hired the whole studio behind Risk of Rain 2 initially, or they just picked up, like, a few devs. But I do know that, some of the developers working on Deadlock, came from that pickup. Like, the character Magician, or the Magnificent Sinclair. The Magician. There's a specific hero in Deadlock, a specific character who was developed by a former Risk of Rain 2 dev. And if you play with the kit, it's very, like, avant-garde. Almost like, you can see, you can play the character and be like, oh yeah. Anyone who made Risk of Rain 2 would come up with some goofy shit like this. Wait, is Deadlock made by Valve? I don't know how to tell you this, but yeah. Did I never mention that in the video? I'm not like being ironic. I'm trying to remember now whether or not I ever actually explicitly said that it's a Valve game. I didn't. That's so weird. I guess I thought it would be obvious. I never at any point mentioned that it's a Valve game. That, huh. Well, I wonder, like, how many people would have a different opinion on the video if they knew that one thing. If they're like, oh, it's a Valve game? Never mind, it's based. Okay, I'm walking back and forth now. Where's my secret shit? That's so weird that I didn't write that in. I guess I figured it would be implied by the way I talked about, like, TF2 and previous Valve properties, but big shield. It's got a big shield. Oh, it's gonna be a water level. But it's a Quake water level, so it's alright. I was gonna ask whether or not the stream appears too choppy, but that's just Quake. I don't think you guys would have a frame of reference for whether a game is lagging, or if that's just the game. I really gotta not be afraid to jump in the water. Oh, okay, maybe I do need to be afraid. I need to destroy. It's an indestructible fan. Never mind. There's a cool blood bridge now, but I need to find the elevator out of here. I was trying to find how much promotional material there was for Quake, and I learned or realized that there really was not a lot. I could not find a lot of, like, Quake commercials or even posters. You could just find, like, that one Quake 2 poster of like the gaming PC, and that's it. It's not surprising, but for a game so, like, globally recognized. It's surprising that the marketing campaign, I guess, was just PC nerds telling other PC nerds about it. Me and my genius, I'm trying to remember whether or not I just picked up the blue key, because my HUD doesn't seem to tell me. There. This still, I still don't know what the fuck I'm looking at. I'll be honest. Maybe it's like an intuition thing. At the time, Quake wasn't super beloved out the gate because it seemed like more doom to people. It wasn't until stuff like Deathmatch and people realizing the technical achievement of it did it make its great mark. Indeed. Well said, my friend. Alright, I have blue key, and I know there's like a blue key thing in the water somewhere. So that time I did have to go to the key card and not the door itself. Which one is it, Quake? Funk, are you Justin on Deadlock? Yeah. I had some people be like, oh, I thought that I found you in Deadlock and I wanted to say hi, but you sounded fucking pissed off while we were losing, so I didn't say anything. And that made me do some reflection. I think 99% of the time, if you've ever seen me in Deadlock, I was in pretty good spirits, even if we were losing. But I'd say about 1 or 2% of the time, there are matches where, like, something just, like, gets under my skin and I just... like, I don't start, like, blaming people, but I do start pushing back on people who just, like, drag the game down. Which I don't think is excusable. So if you saw me in a bad mood on Deadlock, I'm sorry. I should be better than that. I'm a team player, but almost like to a fault. Where if I feel like my entire team is just completely fucking zoned out, it frustrates me. And I have to, like, really parse, like, what can I do? I tried to get everyone to work together, no one's doing it. I think, like, in Deadlock, there is a moment that clicks sometimes, where it's like, oh, this is a loss. This is a 40-minute loss, and I'm about to watch it happen in slow-mo. And when that realization hits in my mind, I become miserable. I don't necessarily become, like, miserable to hear talk, but I internally, I feel miserable. And when I made the Deadlock video, I explicitly tried to focus on, like, when Deadlock goes well, how does it feel? I didn't want the whole video to be when Deadlock doesn't go well, and it usually won't. How mad are you gonna get? Like, I could have made an entire philosophical video on how to not get angry when playing video games, but one, that would be a little pretentious and hypocritical, and I didn't think that was where the meat of the script would be. Felt I had a lot more to say just speaking on the positive. That's the problem with Deadlock right now. Games are really slow losses and high elo because catch-up mechanics are far and few between, and good players will just punish those mechanics. Like contesting the favorable urn is impossible when down 20%. Yeah. It's still in a pretty rough position. in terms of runaway matches. There are still a lot of matches where the outcome is decided long before it passes. And part of that's the matchmaking. Part of it is the comeback mechanics. I have the gold key now. But I don't know where the gold key door is. Thanks for the subs, guys. Achoo. Oh. God, the cough's getting like... This is the tough thing about streaming, is by talking more, I'm making myself cough a lot more. I gotta get some water. It's actually a Gatorade, but... It's, Glacier Cherry. Pretty good. I think this is the worst time to stream. I'm not gonna, like, be streaming through the week. But I had already put off a lot of time just to get through the flu to upload. I would not... You are right. I'll just say you're right. It's not the ideal time to be streaming from my vocal cords, but I uploaded. It's kind of a prime time to talk to people, especially if they have questions about me or the upload. So I don't mind, you know, sweating it out for 2 hours. That said, if it gets too bad, I may I may have to end the stream before I finish the playthrough. Yeah, I don't understand why the game spat me back out at this original area when the original area doesn't have a gold key slot that pickup. Right. I'm just gonna do the path of least resistance here. Like, it had me walking forward, so I'm just gonna keep walking forward. And then it goes into a circle. That was not intuitive at all for me. Never mind. Have I heard of a person named Robert Atkins? No. I've heard of Robert Atkin Downs, but I don't think that's what you're referring to. Okay, this feels more relevant. I could swear that scorpion sounds like a cat. Jesus. It's so grainy. It's so bitty that I can't even tell what is across the pond. The good news is I do know where I need to go now. So, Robert Atkins was one of the founders of Hypnotic Software. Worked on Quake Scourge of Armagon. You got to meet him a year ago. Ooh, that's cool. I did not know. So anytime I get confused, I can blame Robert Atkins, is what you're telling me. That's good. I'll keep Thanks Atkins in my repertoire. Going forward, I'm a little more educated now. how big is my monitor? So, I don't know what it is about Quake, the modern Quake. It does not appear that I can make the HUD resize with the game. So, like, you'll notice the HUD, like, it's designed for the default resolution, which is like 640 or whatever. But if I make the HUD bigger, it doesn't actually make the HUD bigger. It just makes the screen bigger. Accessibility options? That's... I don't know what to tell you, man. You're looking at the same options that I am. And I'm not seeing that. Okay. You halt. And sorry, I know I'm seeing like a lot of questions fly through in chat. I'm just trying to, it feels like I'm a moment away from ending the level, so I'm trying to prio that before I do my reading. It's always funny how they put enemies in the final room. I guess for, like, completionists who are chasing kills. Alright. Hey, Funk, what's the difference between FUNKe TV and FUNKe Study? Is it branding or how you approach the topic? I'll be honest, for the most part, there really has not... Well, okay, FUNKe TV was my old, that was an experiment. That was when I used the TF2 Scout as an avatar. Really, FUNKe TV was the proto-FUNKe Study, is what I would say. That was just the series I made before I refined the formula. I'm gonna do a save point. What I will say is, I've now recently got to a point where the FUNKe Study format has not historically been that different from any non-FUNKe Study video I make, like the movement shooter ones. Like, they're both about the same thing, and they both have rating systems, so what's the difference between a FUNKe Study and a movement shooter vid? There really isn't one. But I do kind of want to maybe address that this year. I talked about this on my Patreon, but I mean, I don't mind talking a little here too. Which is that I'd like to start a series on my channel just called Bucket List, where it's just like, here's a series of games I want to finish. You know, I want to play the entirety of Quake or Doom or Chrono Trigger or whatever the fuck. And then I don't have to worry quite as much about being, like, hyper-analytical and, I don't know, I can just be a lot more, like, quick-fire and opinionated in, like, a bucket list video. And then anytime I want to be really, like, ridiculously analytical, that's when I'll do a FUNKe Study. Like, when I want to pretend to be Dan Olsen and make a folding ideas video, I'll just label it FUNKe Study. That's kind of what my New Year's approach will probably be. I had some people notice this on the newest Deadlock video, which is, like, I had a lot of comments saying, this seems very inspired by Dan Olsen. Was it intentional? And yeah, it 100% was. For those who don't know, like, I think I talked a bit about it last stream, so I'll be brief, but Dan Olsen makes very long-form, dissectional, critical content. Very, very media savvy. I think I want to treat FUNKe Study like that, for like the high media savvy hat, or at least my attempt to do so. I see that quad damage in there. That is until bucket list gets so analytical that it becomes FUNKe study. Yeah. All my video formats tend to converge back to the same thing after long enough. I'm blue. I'm going blue. I'm so glad I picked up quad damage after beating most of the area, so there's nothing to kill. Main mine shaft open. Okay. It fucks me up how there's two different nail guns in Quake. There's the nail gun, and then there's the nail gun. I don't actually really know the differences. I'm guessing this one fires faster. Aw, I got Indiana Jones. I don't think I really had a save point to work off of, so... From the top. Oh wow, you can get to the quad way faster than I did. That explains a lot. I basically went through the whole level backwards. That's kind of funny and very on point for this game. They fire at the same speed, but the super nail gun fires nails that do 2 times damage and consume 2 times ammo. Oh. He just died of his own volition. This thing fires way faster than I knew. Wow. I was using it as a single shot. That's dynamic. That's dynamic map design. It fires so fast that you instantly run out of ammo. Yeah, I won't lie. It'd be nice to have a flashlight in Quake 1. Quake 1 Mission Pack 1. Thanks, Atkins. FUNKe, have you played Noida? Nada. The answer is nada. That's a cat. What the fuck even happened? Okay. Yeah, that was... Sure. It was my bad for not being a safe OSHA distance away from that. I'm sure, like, I'll see the big rock that fell on me this time when I stand another 30 feet away. Oh my god. Let me make a save point right here. FUNKe, what's your favorite arc in Dragon Ball, and who's your favorite character? Favorite arc in Dragon Ball? Well, you asked Dragon Ball and not Dragon Ball Z. So, I think the introduction of Tao Pai Pai was like one of the most notable power spikes for a villain of the week at the time. He has a pretty nasty ass one-hit tongue. But I'm assuming you mean Dragon Ball Z and not Dragon Ball. So I would say... Oh, that's what killed me. The sideways dropping rock. Okay. So here's the thing about, like... I don't know if I have a specific favorite. I mean, like, I like the Buu arc. I like Gohan training with the Kais to use the Z sword, and then it's all for it to just fucking break. So I read Dragon Ball Z in high school. I watched it too, but like my most educated experience with Dragon Ball was through the manga. And you could feel in the writing that Toriyama did want Gohan to be the protagonist. This is not news to anybody who really follows the franchise, but that was very palpable in the writing and the way that he would do gags with Gohan, of just Gohan turning to the camera every 10 pages to make a little joke. I really liked that kind of era. Felt very fitting. Felt like very continuative from the Dragon Ball era. I guess there's nothing for me down here anymore. I really need to, like, remember when I pick up keys, because I probably just need to leave at this point. There is one thing in Dragon Ball I want to make a video on, or maybe mention in a relevant video, which is that 2 or 3 times Toriyama does this really cool thing, I think really cool, where he removes Goku from the story as a plot device. So, like, if you consider Goku this ace in the hole who's just gonna kill everything the second he shows up, what do you do as a writer? Well, you stuff him in a healing pod so that he can't fight for a while. Or you stick him on a spaceship, and so he's like 10 days away from reaching the fight. Or he's running on Snake Way. He's trying to get back to Earth so that he could fight. Or he's dealing with a heart virus. So it's like, okay, Goku can one-shot the enemy, but Goku has to deal with some bullshit to get there. Toriyama loves to basically dangle Goku out of the plot, as in, well, how is our gang of side characters going to survive without Goku there? I think that's a very interesting, like, writing device. Like, you have this all-powerful protagonist, but the protagonist hasn't shown up to the fight yet. That's something that Mob Psycho does a lot, too. Where, like, a big fucking fight's going on, but Mob has not showed up, or he has not gone full power yet. And so, even though you as a viewer know that, like, Mob could resolve this, the plot itself will not allow it quite yet. It reminds me of that. Like, Goku not being at Namek when the fights start. It's the same shit. That's something I'm almost curious to write a script on and see where it goes. But I want to make sure it's a focused script and not just me listing 4 examples of a thing and being like, isn't that smart? I know that was a very long answer to what's your favorite Dragon Ball arc, but that's it. So I am save scumming down into the mine again. I don't know if it's Boss Baby of me, but it sounds like One Punch Man. Yeah, I mean it is. I mean, Mob Psycho is the same shit as one. It was made by one. So, yeah. But in One Punch, that's the gag, you know? Watch how this rock falls, and tell me it doesn't piss you off. What is that? Sideways ass rock. So you literally just get, like, gun ammo? You're telling me there's nothing else down here? Okay, it's just one dead end of the mine, then. What about JoJo parts? I asked already, but you were in the middle of your DBZ talk. Like, what was my favorite JoJo part? I mean, it's 7. I'm not going to, like... I don't think it's an opinion I need to defend or explain to most JoJo fans, but for anyone who doesn't know JoJo, or maybe you only know, like, a couple, like, the non-manga JoJo. Uh-oh. It'd be like that. JoJo Part 7 is very much Araki using all of the knowledge that he accrued from the first 6 parts, and kind of writing from the top down. JoJo. And he does still, like, do some weird Araki experiments, but Part 7 as a whole is Araki trying to write a whole country-crossing journey about a gang of friends and wacky, colorful, recurring characters with an overarching plot. Most JoJo parts try that, but they get, like, very lost in the weeds, or like, they don't find themselves until halfway in. But Part 7 isn't really like that. It knows pretty early on what it's going to be. It knows what the stakes are, what the important devices, the plot devices are. He knows a lot of that pretty early on into 7, and it sticks the landing because of that. Like, most JoJo parts are like junk food, if we're being totally honest. Like, the protagonists and characters are not super multifaceted. There's just really fun, flashy character designs with fun, flashy fights, but not a lot of character growth or development, or even character flaws, and the plot finds itself halfway in. Part 7 doesn't have that problem. It does the opposite. Tell you what, I'm gonna make a save. Honestly, I don't even need to go down. Oh, I have to, just so I can break this rock. I'll make a save point, that way I don't have to do this entire thing again. It's a fucked up rock fall. I have not really kept up with the most recent JoJo part. I started 9. I'm like 5-10 chapters in, but I tend to let most of my manga just release in bulk, and then I catch up. There's not a lot I keep up week by week. This is a tricky fight. This thing... Because I don't believe Quake has, like, weaknesses, right? Like, this big thing doesn't have a specific gun that it dies faster to. So what can I, as a player, do to speed this fight up? Maybe if I exploit proc mines? No, this is a bad idea. This is a bad idea. I almost feel like I have to snipe it, because the ground falls apart, so I literally cannot afford to be close. It's resistant to explosions. Oh. Well, that actually is helpful. All I really have is the shotgun, is the issue. It may be resistant to explosions, but explosions is all I have. This is as sweaty as I can possibly be, and it worked. Pretend I'm teabagging. Also, that's how you survive this fight. Figured it out after I won the fight. Turned yellow. Back it up. Back it up, boys. I get the feeling I'm close to map end. This is my daily reminder to read Yomi no Tsugai, and I refuse to use the translated name of that manga. I'm not like a purist or like a weirdo who only reads untranslated. I just really fucking hate the translation Demons of the Underrealm. I think it's the worst thing anyone has ever named it a manga. Which is a shame because the manga is great. So Yomi no Tsugai, read it. You know what? I should really be saving. Yeah. I don't think this is going to be enough health. So, like, logic would tell me to simply break the rocks. That doesn't seem to be an issue. Or that doesn't seem to be an option. And my high IQ is not noticing, like, a window where both of the rocks are unobstructed. Okay, I have to go do something. Surely I have to go do something. Okay, so destroying the rock, which, like, most logical thing to do, but apparently not an option. I might have been looking at my chat. Yeah. Fuck! Well, here's the good news. It is possible. Second try. Why would any developer ever do that? What kind of vendetta do you have against gamers that you would do that? That is evil. 1 HP. Could I move diagonally with the rocks? Probably, but I just I just winged it and it worked. That's some just to do that without even putting a health pack near the end. It's just criminal. It bounces you forward. Wow. Wish I knew that before I pulled out a rocket launcher. Alright, I'm just gonna do a big chug of my water here. I'm gonna need it. You can tell that this is just them learning what they can do. Like the rocks and the fumbling washer dryer. That's Robert Atkins and Carmack going, look at this fucking shit. Yo, that's sick. Leave it in. Same with all like the falling rocks. But I think that's what makes Quake so fucking cool. Like all the weird shit that's only in because you knew they were gasping and awing and pointing and O-facing at it. Soy jacking and so forth. What's very convenient about me waiting or delaying my my next like bucket list video is that there's gonna be a new Doom game this year around like May. And there's gonna be a new Metroid Prime. I hope. I mean, we'll see, but that's supposed to come out this year. So I'd like to try and time a release of like a Doom bucket list to be around like May. Apparently there was also a new Turok game, Turok Origins, that got announced. But like no one heard about it or has talked about it. But it's like a third-person Turok game. Reboot. That's it has no expected release date. I would guess probably like 2027 minimum. There was a little bit of footage shown. It didn't look bad. It didn't blow me away, but like there is something there. It won't be a battle royale. I don't know if it's gonna do Turok justice. I don't know if it's gonna like do the property better than the N64 franchise did, which wasn't that great either. But fun fact for any of you who didn't know that Turok lives on. So I understood the theming of the last level, the mine. I'm not quite understanding the theming of this one, which is research facility. That one inspires much less wonder. I guess, like, hidden doors? I don't know. This is not, like, impressing me nearly as much as some other Quake levels. Like, there's all of these sections beneath me that I have not found the access point to. It feels like a lot of blue balls. Okay. Well, one more time. They don't take risks like that anymore. You don't see spinning rocks like that in modern games. Amen. A goddamn men. What the fuck? What the fuck is this level, dude? What? Access denied. What am I... what access do I have? There was a button. I'll be the judge of that. I'll be the presser of that. Okay. That's not where I would have pressed that button, but who am I to complain? Alright. I have access to the second half of the level now. FUNKe, how do you feel about Beast Gohan? I think Dragon Ball has not had an original plot or like upgrade, new form. It has not had an inspired new form since Super Saiyan God. I think Toriyama came back, wrote Battle of Gods, wrote Absolute Cinema, and then he disappeared again. And by disappeared, I mean wrote Return of F. And then he came back again to write Broly, wrote Absolute Cinema. Even that cinema was just basically a regurgitation of, you know, of both Broly and Bardock's origin story. So that couldn't even be considered new cooking. I liked the movie the superhero movie. I thought it was good. But the entire idea of fighting Cell Max and unlocking a new form, and he does it in the exact same way. Like, I fuck with the new Piccolo form, but as a whole, Dragon Ball, it's been too franchised. I don't think there's anyone writing Dragon Ball. I think Toriyama was the only person who ever wrote Dragon Ball because he just had these weird, goofy ideas that he wanted to put out in a project. And I think those years stopped, like, with the end of Z. And he would come back to, like, tap into it a little bit now and then with Battle of Gods and stuff, but I think overall, the franchise, there's too many chefs in the kitchen. You know, they make those movies, and the visual quality is great, but writing-wise, it's obviously trying to make sure toys sell. It's making sure there's a minimum amount of X marketable characters and all that. Ooh, I'm a full-grown man. I'm not gonna act like I'm shocked that media is made to sell shit. I'm happy just saying that, like, there's Dragon Ball content that I like, and then there's content I don't like, but like there franchises have different approaches, and Dragon Ball, I'm not a fan of where it's at, but what can you do? SpongeBob fans aren't a fan of where it's at either, but what can they do? I'm really just doing a full circle back down here because I could not tell what the next step was. I was talking about Dragon Ball Z, so I got very distracted. No, this just circles back into the primary area. I picked up a gold key. The gold key should be what I'm playing around. But I can't even remember seeing a gold key. I could swear that grunt just said fuck off. Really regretting not save pointing. Ugh. This shouldn't take too long. Do I have any games on the shelf like Pseudo Regalia? I have like really good indie games on the shelf, but I don't know if I would say like Pseudo Regalia. That is one of a kind. So I can't really help you if you're trying to find new cool platformers right now. I'm gonna assume that I have the gold key. Because I can't really remember how far back I went. Ugh. This is Quake. Love it or leave it. Fuck, I don't have the gold key yet. I had a feeling. I thought I got it while I was underground, which creates an issue, because if I didn't get it there, then where the hell did I get it? There it is. It was underwater underground. I was just not thorough enough. Okay. Now we're set. Just in case. This is a bouncy castle. Leap of faith. Yeah, this level still feels like a bunch of loose ideas and not any catching theme. Done. Oh. What the fuck? Okay. You didn't have to make up for it that hard. That was actually pretty sick. I take back all the bad things I said. Deep within the bowels of the research facility, you discover the passage that the followers of Quake have used to enter our world. Let's wait a minute for it to finish while I drink water. I just love how tiny the text is relative to my full screen resolution. The bastards use some type of gigantic teleporter to overload one of our slip gates. As long as this portal exists, Earth will never be safe from Quake's cruel minions. Whoa. This is telling for the lore. This has deep implications on the lore. Funk, have you ever heard of a game called Marvel Rivals? No. Never heard of it. If you can find the source of the portal's power, you can shut it down, possibly forever. With only a moment's consideration for your own safety, you re-entered the dark domain, knowing hell would be a better fate than experiencing the reign of Quake. This poor guy. He's doing his morning cardio. Knock, knock. That is a new... It's a frolicker. They're frolicking. It's a cannibalistic frolicker. That's new. Okay, right back to the Quake game play, I guess. I'm just gonna be honest, and this isn't to this isn't to undersell people who like the game, but I'm pretty indifferent about Marvel Rivals. In the same way that, like, I enjoy Overwatch, but I'm not gonna write home about it. Like, Marvel Rivals is serviceable team-based video games for me, but anything it does, I feel Deadlock does better for me. It's a bunch of fun character kits with a not very fun set of game modes, with a very limiting format, personally. But I think that's also because like, this might be like a me getting older thing. I don't like using the term micro game and macro game, because it's really nerdy and it alienates anyone who doesn't understand the difference. But it's the easiest way to convey, like, my feelings. So, like, a micro game is how well you aim, right? How well you know your character's kit, and you jump around and shoot. And then macro game is how well you understand the tempo of the game mode. Of where you need to stand on the map, of what is the most important thing that you as a team should be, like, pressuring. That's macro. And a lot of these team shooters, like Marvel Rivals and Overwatch, they're very micro-centric. They are all about, well, how good are you at firing your barrage of abilities into this pile of enemies who are also emptying their clip into you. It's all micro. But there's not a whole lot to those games. Like, there is positional stuff, right? Like, there's good places to stand in Marvel Rivals and there's bad. But there's only one objective that everyone has to fight over. There's not a lot of other resources on the map that teams have to split up and fight over. I find that boring. I find games most entertaining when there's a very present macro element, where you don't have to be super, like, Adderall cracked at aiming to get a lot of value out of your kit. That's what I like. And that's what, like, a game like Deadlock does very well. I don't see that value in a game like Marvel Rivals. It's not that Marvel Rivals has none of that macro value, but it's not enough for me. The balance is not 50-50, it's like 80-20. Talking micro-macro while playing the most basic shooter is quite something. Yeah, but hear me out. Quake actually is a pretty macro-oriented game. half of Quake's biggest selling point against Doom is that you don't just have to run through a level linear. It's that you can choose to not shove a certain way, and you can kind of wrap a different haul. And I am kind of overselling the goose there, but it's not that I dislike running and shooting. It's that if I'm playing on a 5v5 team, I want a bit more. I want to get a bit more out of it. Like if I'm playing a single player game, then I don't care that quite as much about macro. I just wanted to see if that door would open. Ouch. I'm gonna start save scumming very soon, don't you worry. Alright, I know I'm like talking a lot of Marvel shit and not reading chat, so I will give you guys the benefit here and scroll around a little bit. How many hours do you have in Deadlock? Too many, man, too many. At least 1,000. I don't know how... So I've, like, left Deadlock open overnight a few days. I think, realistically, I probably have, like, probably, like, 800 to 1,200 played hours of Deadlock. And I've been in Deadlock's beta since, like, June of last year. So, like, 10 months. Marvel Rivals has a bunch of sexualized women as usual. Okay, actually, a lot of you seem to agree with me, so that's relieving, I guess. Which, again, if you like Marvel Rivals, that's fine. I'm not, like... you can like whatever the fuck you like. I don't care. But someone asked... I looked Deadlock on Steam and didn't see it. Did you get an early access copy? I believe Deadlock is still invite only. It's... I don't know... I know it has a Steam page, but I don't think it's, like, public. You technically need to get invited by someone on your friends list to get access to Deadlock. Although that's not how I got access to Deadlock. When I got in, the rules were a bit stricter. And you had to get... Well, they weren't necessarily stricter, but... it wasn't based on having, like, a Steam friend invite you. It was just having anybody... Like, basically... Like, anyone that was in Deadlock had an indeterminate amount of invites that they could give out to anyone else. But the people who were doing that were, like, in very niche Discords and forums. So you needed to know a guy who knows a guy to get into Deadlock back in, like, June of last year. So what I did was, I believe it was, like, Knockout Forum. The descendant of Face Punch Forum. They had their own sharing thread. It's just basically this public gamer forum, and everyone was saying, like, alright, join this Discord and we'll try... And you can ask for a Deadlock invite. I basically joined like 3 or 4 Deadlock Discords and just put in my info until one of those Discords had someone who invited me. And so luckily, I got in right before they paused their invites. Because they paused their invites for like 2 or 3 weeks for a while. And then they changed it so that, like, anyone with a Steam friend could get in. But basically, I've had access to Deadlock relatively long. I think people only, like, knew Deadlock existed, like, 3 or so weeks prior to me getting access to it. but it's not exactly a secret now. Gonna go ahead and save, just to save some time later. Not a lot of guns in this level. I just heard a chimp. I wasn't itching my nose, for the record. I was scratching it. I haven't shaved in a little bit, so I have like a tiny bit of stubble, and it itched. That's all. I don't like this staircase. Like most staircases in Quake. I don't like it. That cloaca, a conch. Oh. Found a conch shell. I don't know what it did though. What are you doing down here, little guy? Oh, goodness. Good shot. This is gonna be a shotgun-ass level, that's for sure. Oh my gosh. I gotta be honest. First two levels of this pack, very good. Everything since then... I'm gonna keep trying it out. I think I'm just too low health to be playing how I'm playing. I hope that they financially restituted the chimpanzee who did voice acting for Quake. It would be criminal if he never got paid for his work. I think that's the only lucky cash I'm gonna be getting of health. It's... Bounce and roll, my buddy. Bounce and roll. I really need to stop relying on this shotgun that does absolutely piss all damage. There is another health pack outside the entrance. I hope you're right. Oh, thank God. Good boy. The extra 25 will help. But will it help enough? What? Oh, come on, man. Gotta go. Oh, this is brutal. What is the most effective? Man, I still do not have anything designed for killing this big guy. Which is crazy because all the health packs are in the room with him. Like this right here is where I stock up. Okay. That's enough to warrant a save. I did it. I used the level design for its intended purpose, which was to strafe him around in a big circle. I feel like a genius. Been a while since I've seen one of them. And I got one more key to go unlock. Damn, I'm out of my nade ammo. I just got enough grenade ammo, but now they're in my face. Good enough. It's definitely the most save points I've made in a single level. Oh, look at this Quake ass room. Let's put the big key in the middle of a huge podium. That's gonna be sick as fuck. How will the player get to it? I don't know. We'll hit a button and lower the podium, I guess. Sorry about the ass blasting. You know how it is. Oh, cool. I'm so glad I found the quad damage. I still don't know how to get that down. You need to get... Oh. It all makes sense. Except for where the third button is. That doesn't yet make sense. But everything else does. Found it. Am I? You know, I could have sworn that was 3 buttons, but I guess it's a... I guess this was like a fake button to get the quad damage. So there's a true third button somewhere. You may now get the silver key. I knew it. Uh-oh. Holy sh... I'm just gonna dip. I really should have saved! I'm really scared about those ring wraith things flying up here. Okay, just let's do a quick save point. It might not even matter. Feel like I'm about to end the level. Ready for another hour of shotgun gameplay. I should have stuck with the shotgun. What is that emote? That's just an emote of real human feet. I guess there are worse things on Twitch. Good for you. This is a Carmack moment if I've ever seen one. Here's just a random area where we're gonna put some extra bullshit. Thank you, Ring of Protection. I did it. It was another very weird level, but I did it. Okay, I mean, it cannot possibly get weirder than this. Speaking of Ring of Protection, let's go earn our Halo. It's so nice of the the Christian church to have a label for where they keep their blue key on the wall. It's very nice. Must be Methodist. Oh, never mind. That's where they keep their blue key door. Jump. Jump, head crab, jump. Okay, how big does a door need to be, really? Before you're just compensating. Surprisingly, I have not b-hopped once this whole stream. And that's what happens when I try to. Funk, do you like frogs? Yeah. Smile. I regularly catch frogs in my backyard. I don't keep them, but like... there's just, I don't know what it is. A lot of frogs end up in my backyard. So specifically, my parents have like a pool, a modest pool in their backyard. As any humble YouTuber will tell you. And I'll clean the skimmers for them. But frogs, I really love water. And they love jumping in pools and getting caught in skimmers, so I am the resident frog saver of the household. I check the skimmers and pull out the frogs, because my mom doesn't want to touch them. So, like, once a week I find a frog. So yeah, I like frogs. Many dead frogs in my grandmother's pool. I don't think I've caught any dead ones, or at least not that I know of. I know some frogs kind of just go frozen, and then it's hard to tell if they're alive, but they usually hop away when I pull them out. Oh, bad time to save. This game can be tough because, like, fighting certain things, you don't really have time to find the weapon you need. Like, the time it takes to swap and find the right, like, needle gun, you just get zapped with lightning and die. So sometimes I feel like I just have to keep hitting them with the shotgun and hope for the best. Big swing. Big swing and a miss. FUNKe, are you a vinyler? I do have a record player, but I'm not a collector of vinyls. I'm someone where if I like an album enough, I will go out of my way to buy a vinyl of it. But I do not go out of my way to buy vinyls just so I have vinyls. That's kind of my approach to most media. I think I just have to let it hit me. If I like a manga, I'll buy the first volume of it. Similar to how, like, I'll buy physical media of an album if I like it enough. I'm not a collector, but I like to support the artist, you know. There have been a few times where I went to a record shop, and my goal was, I'm just gonna pick out a random vinyl, and I'll buy it, listen to it, and see if I like it. But every time I did, I just ended up writing down the name of the vinyl that interested me, and then I went home and listened on Spotify. So, I'm hipster, but not hipster enough to commit the money towards a vinyl. I found a lot of random prog rock bands doing that. Oh, there's a beautiful little library down here. Beautiful no more. I'm speedrunning this room. I'm done with it. If anything, I'm just gonna save point it, so I don't have to keep doing that. Has anyone ever noticed you IRL? Of all places, the only place I've ever been recognized IRL, outside of like an obvious place like a convention, was at my local Publix. I was just doing the self-checkout and my deodorant wouldn't scan. So I asked this, I say kid, but you know, probably like 19, 20-year-old guy working the self-checkouts. And I'm like, hey man, my deo won't scan. And he looks up at me and he goes, "Funk?" He didn't actually say that, but he asked me, he was like, "Yeah, you sound familiar. Do you do, like, content?" And I was like, well, this kid knows where I live. He needs to die. And so I killed him. And so no one has met me and lived to tell the tale. And that's the only time anyone has ever recognized me. There have been a lot of times at conventions in Atlanta, specifically because I tend to hang out with some local friends, Skyman and Paige, who do a lot of, like, they run their own panels, and they do, like, TF2 photo shoots for cosplays, and I tend to hang out at those. And anyone that's attending something like a TF2 cosplay panel, like, high probability of recognizing FUNKe if he's there talking. So there have been a lot of times at conventions, but that one is less like random. Do I plan on going to any conventions? If it's happening in Georgia, I'll probably be there. Like a notable one. Like, I'm pretty much always at Dragon Con, AWA-Con, and MomoCon. I don't, like, host events or anything, but you can definitely run into me in the hall. High probability. Door does not open from this side. Unfortunate. To be clear, Dragon Con isn't like a scaly con. Dragon Con is... Not that there's anything wrong with that, but Dragon Con is a general... It's basically like Comic-Con. It really doesn't have a theme. And it's by far the biggest convention that happens around here. It's evil to have them pressure me from the top of the staircase. Almost like this game is evil or something. Uh-oh. No, come on! Of all the times to run out of ammo. Enjoyed the new video? Thank you. I have to get back to the staircase. Is FUNKe dead? It's in hibernation. It'll get used eventually. I've learned my lesson. I have not learned my lesson, evidently. I thought by dipping out of the room immediately that would make me really smart and cool, but it... No. Really not. The auto lock on the rocket launcher still fucks with me. Like, I will be aiming nowhere near something and it aims up for me. It's too close for me to hit the pole. Okay. I can work with it. The tough one. Tough enough that I am saving right goddamn now. I still got my FUNKe plush. This thing is so funny. Have you gotten to explore its body yet? If you lift up the back of the old FUNKe head plush, you'll find a big green tail on its head. Which, to this day, I can't believe I didn't know about that when I released the plush. It's hard for me to give you context, but you know how my character has a yellow hat with a tail? Like, the hat has its own little sort of tail at the back end of it. The plush makers, in order to puff out the back of the hat, they decided to just make the body shape have a tail, the head shape. So if you remove the hat from Bommy on the plush that I previously released, it has a literal fucking mutation built in. Which I think brings up its value, honestly. So there's a fun fact for any plush owners. Boy, this one podium is really my saving grace from death. Do you think you'll do more merch? Yeah. I haven't decided if it will be with the next video or the one after that, but I did get... I got a confirmation that I can run another plush campaign. Or like a full body one. And I'll do that, we'll say like within the next 3 months definitely. Within the next month... Within the next 2 months is entirely possible. And within the next 3 is probable. I could have started with the Deadlock video, but I did not want to have any, like, promotional, advertisement, or merch stuff on that video, just because it feels gross to me coming back from an absence and immediately trying to siphon money from people. So I wanted to just make a good video first, and then I can start worrying about, you know, making rent. So since that's out now, I'll start putting consideration to doing, like, merch stuff. Big chump. Oh yeah, I don't know if this has come up since the last time I streamed in a year. So back like a year or so back, the last time I had streamed, my family we had my old boxer, Augie, who was, about 11, and we had picked up a puppy named Kirby. I don't think I've told you guys how big Kirby has gotten. Guys want to guess how big my puppy has gotten over the last year and a half? Like, give me a pound, a weight guess on how big. 200, too high. 100, too low. 150, I'd say that's too high. 123, that's probably pretty close, honestly. Maybe a bit up. This dog is like 110 pounds minimum, maybe 115. And it's not like an unhealthy, overweight 110. It is him being a relatively tall dog. He's a pretty big fucking guy. Kirby is... We ran like a... What is it? Like a breeds test on it? On him. And he's like 30 different breeds. He's like Staffy and Pit primarily, but he's also like a Rottweiler with German Shepherd and some Boxer. He's basically every single type of guard dog and shepherd and like shepherding dog. I think the Rottweiler in him is what makes him be like 120 pounds. But he's also like a super fucking chill dog. I don't want to be a streamer who just sits and talks about his dog for an hour, so I'll spare you, but I'll say I thought this dog was going to be like 70 pounds, maybe 80, but he just kept freaking growing. And we tried like adjusting, rationing his diet. He just kept fucking growing. You want to know what I think made him get this big? I'll go to PetSmart and they have ostrich femurs. They have these big fucking bones. I don't know what I'm like compare this to your own. This is your foot and this is your knee, right? That's like how big this bone is. I saw that shit and I'm like, that's funny. I'm just gonna buy it as a joke. And my dog loved it. He fucking loved the comically large PetSmart bones. So I just kept buying him then. I just kept buying him these comically large bones. And he grew to be 120 pounds. Not just in fat, but like in full, like... He had big legs as a puppy, which is an indicator that a dog will become large, but... Like, he grew into his own body. I think the comically large bones played a part, but I think it was mostly genetics. He's also just like a very spoiled dog. Like, he's free to sleep on my bed as he pleases. I think that's definitely a big part. Like, you know how turtles will grow to the size of their container? I think dogs are kind of like that too. If they grow in a household with a lot of leg room, they'll tend to grow a little larger too. I have to imagine that's all the feeling I can do about my dog right now, so I appreciate the patience. My dog found a broken broom and became obsessed with it. What is a broken broom if not a GMO stick? That is just like a branch that has been genetically modified by people to be perfectly straight. I have the blue key now. And now I see the gold key. Oh, fuck yeah! This is the greatest game ever. Even though I could have done that earlier and nullified all of the time I just spent getting the blue key. The whole point of me getting the blue key was so Oh my god. This still isn't the most practical thing, but I almost feel like I have to do it. Maybe if I grab it and then drop this way, my life will be a lot easier. Now we gotta figure out where to take the gold key. This one's for you, Big J. Look to the heavens for the answer. Ha, that's cute. They really love their multi-part secrets now, don't they? Watch your step. If only I could do more than just read. If only I could multitask. It's almost criminal that you have to look up to read the text, but then the event happening is beneath your feet. So it forces you to look upwards to read. It does not force you to run into the room, though, to be fair. Okay. But there's a correct path in here, is what I'm taking away. Good shot. Alright, speedrun time. Okay, so... You think you have it down, Pat. Maybe I should just go ahead and save. Yeah, that was a good call. That was indeed a good call. Follow the lights. Ooh. The passage to the catacombs has opened. Oh, there is a literal light. I'm seeing it now. The beauty of video games, you can do it wrong and still do it right. Can't say I know what the catacombs are, though. I appreciate that festive basic. I appreciate that a lot. Why did I do that? I didn't even need to come back here. Oh, I see the light. Yeah, it always feels weird getting like compliments for like writing quality of YouTube videos. Because in my head, I'm not really thinking about it in terms of like, is this script like a 9 out of 10 across all cylinders? I'm only ever thinking like, does this convey my point on a moment-to-moment basis without being too boring? Like, I don't really think about it in terms of writing quality. So when someone compliments it for being like overall good, it's humbling. Like, I'm friends with Leon Massey. I love his videos and him talking about like fighting games particularly. But I looked at like his second channel where he does behind the scenes, and I was surprised how often he would mention my stuff being an inspiration to him. Which I felt was like really cool to see, especially having become Leon's friend over the years. It's just always like, it throws me for a loop anytime I remember my content has like, for lack of a better term, a cultural influence on the creation of other YouTubers. Like, I mean, even now, I'll hear from random YouTubers who are like much bigger than me, paying me a compliment. And in my mind, I'm like, why would I even be on the radar for you? Not in like a, I don't think I deserve it way. I do think I deserve that merit. It's just, I didn't... My brain does not process it as a possibility. All that to say, I appreciate it. So I opened the passageway, but I don't know where the passageway is. Let's watch this good writer fail to find the end of the level for 10 minutes. I can't fucking believe I literally stared at the exit hole and then walked away from it. I literally remember staring at that hole, looking at the exit sign and going, huh. Oh, well. Yeah. At least I found it eventually. I'm a better writer than I am an improver, so. What were you doing before YouTube? I was like an intern at my family work, which is just like bug extermination. I was just like an intern doing filing folders and a little bit of field work checking termite traps. But this was like fresh out of high school funk. I would say most of my life I've considered YouTube my main job. In a manner of speaking, my main job. Like, I do want to be, like, very open with you guys. When I say I do YouTube as a job for all of the times I've gone on hiatus, like, I live at my parents' house, and I'm the third youngest, so I'm given a lot of leniency to be living at home near 30. Like, I may as well be near the poverty line for most of FUNK's history. I just happen to be in very privileged conditions where I can kind of fuck around at home for a lot of that time. But in terms of like where my effort has been exerted, and unquestionably it has been on like YouTube for like the last 5-10 years even. Maybe not quite 10, because I still would have been in high school 10 years ago, but more or less. Other than that, like, before I knew that I had YouTube as an option, I still lived in Florida at the time, and I was looking at, like, colleges, because I figured I'd go to college, like, either Full Sail University, or there was this, like, non-college option where they would basically teach you a lot of the components of game design, and you could somehow use that. I don't really know how that course would end up leading into being a game designer, but I think I had considered doing, like, animation or, like, you know, cinematography-related shit for video games. Whatever the fuck that means. That's what, like, 19-year-old FUNKe was thinking about, like, either graphic design or animation. But I do like that YouTube kind of lets me do all of the weird random things that I wanted to do for a living. Like, I get to write about goofy video games and animate over that footage. And it even lets me, like, do little jingles, you know? It gives me an excuse to pull out my guitar and my Marshall Ori 20 and just sort of snoot out little jingles for my videos. So it gives me a lot of outlets, which I like. And I try not to take that for granted. But I don't think you need to do something as a job to have that. I think any good hobby will give you those outlets. Any good, like, pet project is gonna be an excuse to do the 5 things you love doing, generally. FUNKe, I'm at my local Melee tournament right now. Can you postpone the stream? Oh no, but you can bomb your set. And then I won't have to end my stream. You'll just be done. Think smarter, not harder. So just stalk yourself 3 times. Bombs away. FUNKe, did you ever play Melee? Not competitively. I played Melee on my GameCube with my cousin and my brother all the time. But they weren't comp heads. We didn't do tournaments. I did do, like, morning matches with my cousin when I lived in a condo with him years back. I was, like, in a condo with some people, and we would wake up in the morning and run a few sets. That was a bit more tournament-oriented. But I've really never participated in, like, a FGC tournament. And that's all of my save slots. Hold on, guys. It's gonna be a water break. What fighting games do you play? Rivals of Aether is the most fun one for me right now. It's on Steam. I got followed by the creator of Rivals of Aether after I made my Deadlock video, which I did not expect. But was a very pleasant surprise. So I guess I'm on his radar now. Now I feel like I have to do more with Rivals 2. Now I feel like I have to actually get good at the game. Dan knows ball. Yeah. So I do know that I did see the circular stairs for the record. I'm just checking every crevice before I continue. I don't know if this is an age thing, but I saw Connor Eats Pants comment on my YouTube video Ball Knower, and I didn't know what that meant. I didn't know what Ball Knower meant, so I had to Google it to learn what Ball Knower means. And it made me feel old. But I do understand now. I get it. I get ball, I think. Is this ball? It's definitely like the weirdest part of my place in YouTube obscurity right now is that I'll upload and I will see like responses from people from like 4 different sub quadrants of YouTube and Twitch. Like I'll get comments from like pretty established streamers and random like YouTube animators, and then random just really random e-celebs. I don't mean that as like a slur. I just mean it like a lot of people who don't have any overlap whatsoever in viewership. And it's a very odd feeling. Yeah, Jack's Films. Yeah, it's like just like knowing Jack's Films is aware of me, and then also getting comments from like Yakko and Connor Eats Pants and Noodle. Like, I understand why, because we all do sort of envelop the same interests and niches, but it's no less disorienting. Funk, how do you feel about your Stuck in Your 20s video? It came out right as I turned 20 and found myself majorly funked up by health issues. So it had a lot of resonance with me. Thank you for your work. Well, I made that like a few years ago now, right? Probably like 2 or 3, so I don't fully remember what was said in it. But I do think I still agree with most of what I said, which was that like those feelings tend to be cyclical, and like even if you feel like you're past your window of opportunity to get good at something, the reality is you can always just put it down, walk away, and then come back later. I mean, what is me not uploading for a year and then coming back and uploading? Anything if not stepping away and then coming back. I mean, some will argue whether or not that, like, is optimized for the algorithm. But I don't think like that. I try to think very humanly about what I create and when I create it. I really do not factor at all what's good for my channel or my algorithm. I factor, like, I think what's best for my content is what's best for my mental health. And I kind of leave it at that. Which I feel like overlaps with what I said in that feeling stuck in your 20s video. So I guess I still am okay with it. I think it's important to remember that when I make those commentaries on FUNKe, that's usually me working through my own feelings. So the stuff I say might not be like scientifically tested, but it is like emotionally validated, right? Like when I say something makes me feel better, to frame it a certain way, that is true, whether or not it makes you feel better about feeling stuck. I think that's just being 20, honestly, though. Like, what I've learned is... maybe I'm sure my situation is very different, because, like, I had, for lack of a better term, breakout success as, like, a teenager. Breakout is in, like, I had some videos do well enough that I could build a what is it? A career off of it. Not everyone gets that opportunity. So I'm approaching it very differently. But I do think most people develop their sense of identity in their late, teens. And then once you reach your 20s, you reach kind of a breaking point where you understand how the higher echelons of those things operate. Like, you know how complex a full studio working on a TV show is, but you yourself are not yet capable of doing that. It feels like this weird breakpoint where you understand how complicated you understand how complicated the world is when you're 20, but you don't yet understand how to apply those complicated things yourself. And so it becomes really frustrating. Because, like, you become a 20-year-old with these really antsy hands to do something, but your hands don't know how to move in the right way to do it yet. And so you keep spitting out projects, but it never comes out as well as you want it to, and you're like, well, fuck, I don't think I can do this, because all the stuff that I see is so great, but nothing I make comes out like that. I think that's what a lot of your early 20s is. And I think once you stick it out, and you get kind of past 24, 25, you get past the hurdle, you start learning how to actually, like, reach that echelon of... like, you develop the patience to write out all the things you need to do to learn something. You develop the patience to stop and take a course for 3 weeks or whatever. And just, like, as you get older, you feel less like you understand how complicated the world is, but you don't understand how to create complicated things. You do start to learn. You just need 4 or 5 years to get there. That's how I feel about it. That's been my life experience. Like, even now, I still want to do big, cool shit. I still have, like, fully animated original projects I would love to make. There are, like, TV pilot level things that I want to develop. But there's also, like, YouTube videos that I just want to make. There's music I want to make, and I better understand now the patience required to do it. I'm not trying to do 4 things with one set of hands anymore. I'm trying to do one thing with my set of hands at a time. And it is... that, I find, is much more manageable. Like, that was kind of another thing. When I was 20, I wanted to do 4 things at once. But now I'm 28. I'm a lot better at just doing one thing. And segmenting my work. I literally use fucking sticky notes, guys. I have a pinup board with sticky notes just to denote the work schedule of videos. Which is silly, but it is... that's character growth. Truly. Gonna be 23 next month, kind of in a rut, unsure about my future. Yeah. No one knows your journey but yourself, really. But I trust you will remain attentive to wherever it goes. Alright, I am clearly lost again. I do not have the gold key. Sorry, I know there's a lot of, like, meaningful conversation being put back in the chat. But I'm playing... You remember what I said about doing one thing at a time? I'm playing Quake right now, so it is hard for me to parse everything. But I do see it, and I appreciate the meaningful back and forth people are attempting to give me here. What do you count as two things at once? Because if you animate and try to make music at the same time, does that count as one thing or multiple? Well, okay, look at it like this. When I was making the Deadlock video, I knew there would be animation, and I knew there would be editing. Or I knew there would be animation, I knew there would be writing. And in the past, I would write everything, and then I'd do the animation parts pretty early in the script. But then that would make all the animated parts unchangeable. It would be very difficult to change the animated parts because I had already done the animation. So now, I tend to push the animation to the second half, or like the back end of the workflow. A lot of my workflow is segmenting and compartmentalizing work. So it's basically saying, I'm going to do all of this one week, I'll do all of this next week, I'll do all of this the next week. To overly simplify it. So when I say I avoid doing two things at once, I mean, I avoid making a video and immediately start thinking about how am I going to animate it. The first thing I just focus on is like, what am I writing? Is what I'm writing good? What needs to be adjusted? I iron out all of the pacing of the video long before I worry about any other bullshit with animation or music or even editing. You isolate different skills to different days of work. I think an even better way to really explain this is like in the Deadlock video, there was about 10 minutes of footage of animation, right? Of my character standing in front of a green screen just talking. That's 10 minutes of character animation, which is not a small feat. That is still a lot of work. That is doing all of the blocking for every shot. So that is like the character, the body language moving for every single pose. Any single scene, which is probably like 10 to 15 seconds, can have like 30 or more different distinct body poses. Then you have to do all of the face emoting, like the smiling and frowning and blinking and moving eyes. Then you have to do all the cleanup animation with the in-betweens and the secondary actions. There's so many layers to animation. And historically what I would do is I would just do everything for each scene one by one. So the first 15 seconds of animation in the video, I'd do it all complete. Then I'd move on to the next one. But for the Deadlock video, what I did was I went, okay, I'm going to do 10 full minutes of just blocking it out. I'm not gonna jump forward to lip sync. I'm not gonna do the in-betweens. I'm just gonna block out the entirety of everything that's animated. Once I'm done with that, I'm going to move on to doing all of the lip sync. Once I'm done with that, I'm going to move on to doing all of the cleanup and secondary animation. And I found that helped me be in the mental mode of because there are like different types of animation, right? And there are different zones that your brain goes into when doing it. That's some shit I would not have done when I was younger, because I did not... I just like, well, I want to see it done now, so I'll get it done now. But it ended up being way more time-consuming. Trying to finish every scene from scratch one by one, and having to do that for like 20 scenes. I've found a lot easier to just do full passes across all of the work. And you can apply that to anything that's not animation, too. I mean, like, you don't have to. Like, you can write music piece by piece until you have a full song, but you can also just get a basic structure of your song start to finish before you start worrying about refining it or adding, you know, drums or whatever later. Oh, water check. Welcome to the FUNKe stream. You will hear me randomly start gushing about animation stuff for no reason. I'm just sort of scrolling through Twitch messages right now to make sure I'm not missing any input or questions or anything. In my experience, I block the camera movements first and model everything around it. It makes more engaging dynamic animation. Yeah. I mean, that's a pretty smart approach because you can animate for the camera, which is pretty, like, standard practice for, like, higher-end productions. You like, to get the best pose possible, you have to make the pose relative to where the camera is. Like, if the camera is really low to the ground, you might put the actor's foot really close to the camera to make, like, a really dynamic shot. That's something you only do if you're animating for the camera. Or, like, the actor steps right next to the camera and the camera shakes a little bit afterwards. I love shit like that. I'm still on this level, which is crazy. I don't think I've even gotten, like, a key. So, like, the last thing I did was I got the hammer here. I like this mission pack, but so far I don't know if I would put it at the same prestige as the base Quake game. The base Quake game felt a lot sharper to me. I might just be stupid, though. In fact, I specifically remember seeing this and not dropping it. So I'm actually going to retract that last statement for now. I think I am stupid. I think I'm not used to falling down holes, which I really should be by now in this game. This is why I'm playing on normal, guys, and not hard mode. I need the 0 enemies of silence for data processing. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm gonna make a closer save point. New patch for Deadlock. Not a single buff in sight. RIP. I didn't jump in time. Fuck! It's over. I'm cooked. Literally. God damn it! Think you're clever. Okay. Okay. Jesus. It's a bit much for my tastes. Personally. It's a bit much. I'm curious, like, is the solution a rocket jump? Like, I can rocket jump, but there must be a non-rocket jump way over. Whatever. Oh, he can go through that. That's scary. Can you just jump? Probably. I got the gold key. And I believe if I go back downstairs, I will find a gold door. I just arrived at Christ's own tomb, too. That's a shame. I'm gonna get a tattoo of Quake, and it's just gonna be a brown square. Brown brick. It's gonna be a brown brick. The coffin is your exit. Whoa. I was 4 kills shy of completionist. Aw, man. This is gonna be the whole level. I'm in a casket. Okay. I'm gonna continue playing, but I would be lying if I didn't need to take like a minute break to go refill my waters. So tell you what, while I'm gone, I found this YouTube channel called SFM Riddles. And it is avant-garde to say the least. So I'm gonna BRB for like 2 minutes. But if you want to play some riddles with chat, then I'm gonna let you play Who is the Spy while I'm gone. So give me a moment here.
That scout is a spy.
So I'll be back in a minute.
I'm done, boy! That's what I'm talking about! Alright, man. That's a pretty good job. That was all you. Yo, a little help here? That's what I'm talking about. Attaboy! That was all you.
The soldier is a spy. The pyro is a spy. The demo man is a spy. Cheers, man.
It's bottom right. It's the bottom. It's that one. I just sat down. I know. Fuck! I was wrong. God damn it! It must be this one. It's right. He's right. Okay, one more.
The
one more.
heavy is a spy.
Oh, this is a tough one. Wouldn't the door be opening in the back? Or the furthest one in the back. There's really nothing else to go off of. Ka-chow, motherfucker. He would be triggering the spawn door if he was blue. This is actually kind of Kino. How much longer is this?
The engineer
It's
is a
another
spy.
5. I'm kind of tempted to just watch the rest of it. It can't be him because he's whacking it. Which one is shooting? Is he's shooting? It's not him. They just overlapped. So it's either this guy or this guy. Has he built anything? Okay, it's not him. It's Teleporter NG. God, I'm smart. Or I know too much about how TF2 mechanics work. This is kind of a nice break from Quake. I'm
The
not gonna
medic is
lie.
a spy.
Okay, I'll watch one more. I gotta save this for my next piss break. It's not gonna be him. It's not these three. It's either this guy or this guy or this guy. One of these three. I don't think it's that one. It's one of these two. The one getting healed? Why would it be that one? It's... Oh, it phases past. Oh, I didn't really see the overlap, but fair enough. Okay. That was... I have never been more glad to find a YouTube video while I go AFK on my stream. That's from the YouTube channel SFM Riddles, by the way. I don't know yet if the other videos are as nearly as good as that one, but damn if that one isn't gold. But yeah. God, I'm like, what, 3 hours in? I have to imagine I'm within the last 2 or 3 levels. But who knows? Could be another 2 hours. Don't close. Oh, they got like an IKEA shelf. before IKEA shelves. Woo! Spooky. The hammer must be new, right? I do not recall this being in base Quake. Funk, how often do you stream? The safest bet is once every Tuesday. But that's not a hard rule. Get me out of here. I was literally just taking in the beauty of the textures. And I got punished for it. Video games aren't made for admirers like me. Only real admirers understand my struggle. I actually do kind of need that secret for the health. And the hammer. You know what's fucked up? In Comic 7, in the 7th Team Fortress 2 comic, they showed a staircase in the flashback with the administrator. They showed stairs being in their house, but canonically stairs had not been invented yet in the TF2 universe. Canonically, at that point in time, people still rocket jumped up to the second floor of buildings. So that's a huge fucking plot hole. And I will never forgive them. Oh, that's how you get it. I'm doing it. I don't know why I'm bee-hopping. It's really not useful right now, but I'm doing it. I've wasted most of my quad damage and protection doing that. That's a cool thing that they do. They have the platform pull out below you. Whoa. Ooh. Gulp. So this is the room where they make crosses, I guess. It might be foolish to try to put intent into the room designs of Quake, but this is the room where they make crosses. Like, you really have to imagine what the devs were thinking. Like, all right, we're gonna put a workshop bench with a cross on it, and then that'll be the room. Like this little basement workshop. About time. FUNKe, what is your genuinely favorite album of all time? Of all time? I don't know, man. You got a gun to my head here? Are you gonna force me to view life through a black and white veil like that? Because you already know, you know that I'm just gonna say, like, I'm just gonna list a random Feed Me Jack album and call it a day. You want me to trip you up? Okay, Hoodwinked by Level Up. That's my favorite album of all time. Hoodwinked by Level Up. I'm a big Annie's a Witch fan. I got the gold key. It's one more day to make some money, honey. Gonna spend it all on brand new shoes to kick these blues. Was expecting something from Weezer. Yeah, I bet you were. Bet you think I'm a one-note pony. I got at least 2 notes. Little old 3-chord me. Is that what you want? Ow. What albums have been released by the Shags? I'd love to answer with that instead. Also, fuck, I'd saved after I got the key. This is gonna be annoying. I'm literally just about to beeline. Yeah, I'm just trying to beeline for gold key right now. And then go invis. And then get the hell out of here. What a cool game. I don't actually remember where the key door is. Oh god, they're really spawning now. I gotta get up fast. This is gonna be messy because I left a lot of enemies alive behind me. Just let me out, let me out, let me out. Okay. That might be the fastest I've beaten a level. Speaking of music, do you fuck with the new King Giz album? I actually haven't heard it. So, what do you think? You, the viewer. I legitimately have not heard the new Giz album, so I'll have to get back to you on that one. Absolute banger. We love to hear it. We rarely expect less from Gizzard, but we love to hear it nonetheless. Claunch. Dude, I'm full locked in right now. Go, the silver key, and I know exactly where the silver key goes. The silver key goes right here. Alright, continue moving forward. Stop, save point. Clear doorway. Listen to their new single, Phantom Island. It's so good. I will. I heard people say that Cracker Island was initially going to be like Song Machine 2 from Gorillaz. Like, Gorillaz was working on another Song Machine EP, but it just ended up turning into Cracker Island, which I found interesting. I liked Cracker Island, so I didn't mind that. Boy, I cannot imagine playing this game on WASD. Or on arrow keys. Forgive me. For turning. Youch. FUNKe, have you played the finals? I'm gonna be honest, I kinda just thought the finals would die off. Like, I never played it, and it conceptually sounded like one of those games that was just gonna die. So I just never bothered to play it. And now, like, a year or two later, people are still asking me if I've ever played the finals and that I should play the finals. I didn't, because I just figured it was gonna die. So, I mean, I guess maybe I should, but no, I've never played the finals, in actuality. You can't actually throw grenades this far. Get outsmarted. I hear an angry dog. Very angry dog down there. Sorry. Oh boy, I shouldn't have fallen down here. This is not doing anything. Luckily, I have infinite shield right now. I don't even remember picking up any protection, but this worked out. Yeah, I heard the finals used AI voices for its announcers, and that did kind of turn me off it, but I'm not such a stickler that I would completely avoid playing it over that. I literally just did not feel like it. It felt like a BR adjacent game. That was why I didn't bother. Oh, yeah. Well, silly me for opening the door with my key by walking up to the door with my key. I'll never do that again. I mean, there are cheap tricks and then there are cheap tricks, guys. What are you doing on that banister? Get down, sir. Bouncing around. Alright, I've learned my lesson. I do go down holes now. If I see a big circle or hole or pit in the middle of the room, I'm gonna go down it. What the hell? What in the hell? Yeah, if you were me, you'd cheese it too. I'm trying to clear out the grenades and I don't even know how. I don't even know what I'm trying to... There it is. And there's an actual non-enemy stage hazard, too. As if this shit were not enough. I mean, I'm one tap. I'm on tap right now. Yeah. This is some Dust Bowl first offense shit that I gotta deal with. RC1. And there goes all my bullets. It's like, I almost feel like the grenaders don't even matter. Because these big guys are going to eat me alive while I try to kill them anyways. Maybe the first one matters. I think this is a thing where there's another door that is much easier to win through. But I see a win condition, so I'm just gonna cheese it. This one's becoming sentient. It's actually walking closer this time. Good for you. Good for you. Yeah, if you can't tell what the hell's happening on screen, don't worry, neither can I. I killed most of it, though. Not this guy. Yeah. Let's call this a save point and read it out. So, you, do something. Yeah, I gotta be honest, I'm not seeing the attack pattern yet. I'm not seeing the window. Okay. Maybe it's as simple as shooting it. Oh, I have no bullets. If I had more health, I could rocket jump to that button, which I think turns it off. I don't have any health. If I can, like, backtrack to find a single health pack, maybe I can do this. Yeah, that'll work. Am I playing the game right? Who cares? Close. It's like... The rocket jump leaves me at just low enough HP that the lightning finishes me right afterwards. Okay. So I'm convinced that this is, like, not the correct place to be. I think that that lever opens the end of the level. But I don't know how to deal with this shit. Probably gotta get up there somehow. What if I just don't look at it? Why did that kind of work? Are you... I got it too! I actually got it! Okay, I think if I just don't get close to it while it explodes, I think I'll be fine. This is such a fucking weird level. What were they thinking? That's the first time I've said that shit unironically. What the fuck are they thinking? This is the only way into the room. What is... Why is there a guy? I don't get it. I don't. I'm rushing the hell out of here. I don't get it. There's a guy! There's a guy in the cave! Like they forgot to remove him from the level. Can you bounce a pipe onto the button? Who knows? After destroying the power generator, you pass beyond the gate of Mortem's Keep. A wave of nausea suddenly flows over you, and you find yourself back.
The sniper is a spy.
Okay. So it's none of these guys. It's not gonna be him either. So it's gonna be one of them. I guess maybe this guy? Because they can't be scoped in. All this guy is doing is... Anybody can do that. It's the second from the right. Bingo. See, you can still do gestures even as a disguise, so I was right. A wave of nausea suddenly flows over you and you find yourself cast out into a liquid void. You float lifelessly, yet aware in a lavender sea of energy. It's still... Okay. Stuff happens in the Quake world, the end. Can I watch the ending to TF2 quiz? I think I'll save it for another day. I do still need to finish this mission pack sooner rather than later. Oh. I like these very open Quake levels. They're far and few between. I get the feeling this is going to be a button gimmick level. Tell me this isn't like a de facto surf map right here. I surfed it. I just didn't really get anything for that. And the elevator just came. Primordial surf. Holy shit, I'm moving. A multi-directional elevator. Oh, I'll be damned. And damned. No, I didn't say... Ah, okay. Whatever. Yeah, note to self. Make a save point at start of new level. I can't! Fuck you, Robin Atkins. How fucking dare you? Number one. You know what happened? Robin Atkins showed this to someone at id. He showed it to Carmack, and Carmack was like, "It's a little easy, don't you think?" So Atkins, with a big fucking Grinch frown on his face, showed up the next day with a flash drive and said, "Hey Carmack, try this. Is that easy? Is that hard enough for you?" And then Carmack solidified into concrete like in Star Wars. I can't. All I wanted to do was restart the level, and now I gotta restart this shit. In what universe? Like, this isn't me failing to see the solution, right? Like, there is literally no shorter route. It starts fucking with my movement, almost like the room's filling with water, and I don't know why. So here's the issue. I have to hug the left wall to not get zapped by this guy, but I have to enter the room from the right. Oh. Can't wait to never do that again. Not picking my nose. I was scratching it. The Ellie is coming. Why not rocket jump to speed it up? Because I tried it before. It leaves me at too low health, and a single lightning bolt zap kills me before I hit the button. I wish I had a sword that shot fire bolts. There's... Okay. So the issue is... This level gives you a shotgun. And then tells you to fight something that's a fucking mile away. So you know what? I'm gonna get the rocket launcher. Because I'm smart. Most gamers wouldn't figure this one out, but me, I'm cream of the crop. I'm only gonna have 8 shots in my rocket launcher, so it's gonna be tricky. It's shot 4. It is shot 4 of those things at me, and it saw me for half a second. Oh, Lord. I am not at all ready for this level's attitude. Do over. I think that's hitting it. That's one down. Funk, do you have any games you really like you never had a chance to talk about? Yeah, Void Stranger. Still a really fun indie puzzle game that I do not think has gotten the coverage it deserves. That I myself have not covered yet. But I ain't gonna get into that here. This is like a Samwise Gamgee in Mordor ass hallway. Going up the castle. Okay. What the fuck is happening? I don't even think I need to fight these guys. I probably needed to fight those guys. That's interesting. There's a blue door here and a blue door back across the elevator cross. Ouch. Youch even. Laser beam real good against that guy. Real good. Long time no see. Thanks, Rylos. Yeah, I'd say so. I'm getting... I am getting mollywopped in Quake 1 Mission Pack 1, but... it's all good. There's my brilliant plan. it's criminal to put the homing device creatures in a big hallway with no easy wall to make them blow up on. No hard corners. Well, excuse me for looking. Mission pack is like starving me of mid-range bullets. Really only ever rocket ammo they give me, which is not fun around corners. I am 7 HP. I am in don't fuck with this room territory. Never mind. Fuck with this room all I want. There's nothing in here for me, but it's conquered. Leap into the exit below. Thanks for that, Quake. You want to maybe... Oh, okay, that exit below. I feel like opening the exit in the room like 12 seconds after I beat the room is... I don't know. Playing it a little too patient. Ow. You know what? I haven't saved. I'm not gonna risk it. You wanna know what's fucked up? It snowed twice in Georgia for the first time. Probably ever. Last time we got snow was like 5-6 years ago, and we got it once, and it was gone within 3 hours. So, the first time it snowed here, it was sick as fuck. It was really cool to actually have like a few inches of playable, enjoyable snow. It was a bit too much because like it did ice over the roads and create issues, but I'm okay with that. The second time it snowed, it didn't snow in North Georgia at all. Somehow it snowed in Florida, in North Florida and South Georgia, but not the rest of Georgia. That pissed me off. If I could ever leave like feedback for Mother Nature, I'd say like that's a dick move, right? You threaten me with another fun snow day, and then I miss the memo on the second one. I just felt left out. I didn't appreciate it. You didn't miss out much, not gonna lie. Well, I'll never know that, because I'll never have experienced a second snow day within a week. That's an experience that you've had that I'll never have now. Until next year when it snows 3 times because of climate change. But it won't be the same. It'll be a little warmer. Someone made one snowman in my neighborhood and it lasted like 5 days after all of the snow melted. So it just looked like a suffering snowman. Because you would watch as this thing that was pleading for death slowly lose sticks and branches and then topple over into the road until all that was left was this dirty, hollow, icy, half-melted sphere. It was actually pretty tragic. But it was a cute snowman for the first day. I will say, like, it's finally not cold as all fuck in Georgia, and I'm really happy about that. I mean, it could still get pretty cold, but like there was like a solid. You need to understand how bipolar Georgia is, right? Like we, on a normal year, it'll still drop down to like, I don't know, what's a cold temperature for Georgia? Like it can drop to 5 degrees, to like 15, I guess, is probably like very cold weather. And it can get as hot as like 70. Maybe like within the same day you can get both 25 degrees and 75 degrees. At least it felt like that this year. Throughout the year it's usually a bit closer. It's a bit more like dropping to 50 and climbing to 80. Georgia's like a state where you have to have 3 articles of clothing ready for the day. Like, you need to have a heavy jacket in the morning, short sleeve during the day, and then a light jacket at night. Try -10. Alright, it's not a competition. I'm not saying that, like, it never gets cold anywhere else in the world. But usually the places it gets cold, it stays cold consistently. A barrier has opened. Allegedly. Which was why I liked having just full cold days for a little bit in Georgia, but I'm glad it ended. I still think I would prefer... this is how fucking boring the stream's gotten, that I'm talking about the weather, but... I would still rather be in overwhelming cold than overwhelming heat. If I had to live in one climate between those two with no in-between, I think I would choose cold. I would choose jacket weather over... You have to wear, like, a V-neck and have 4 fans running with an AC unit and you're still fucking sweating. I got too invested in this conversation. I can't remember if I got a key. And my fucked up HUD doesn't tell me. I hit a button and it said that a barrier opened. That's all I remember. I need to make my way back to the big long room I was just in. Oh, never mind. I went to the exact perfect spot. Fuck the Georgia humidity. Amen. Dude, amen. Ow. No more deaths. Or maybe a death. If it happens, it happens. I accept whatever comes. Then my optimism will be rewarded with no more deaths. but just in case. Uh, 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 uh. 36 HP fighting the bongo demon. It's gonna suck. I must dodge around the crouton. He can shoot beneath the crouton. Water check. FUNKe, when you write, how much of it is stream of consciousness or do you structure carefully? I like to think that when I'm I'm writing with some outlines, right? I'm generally writing with an idea of what points I'm trying to convey. So I think it is a form of stream of consciousness that is more organized. Like, I know that I want to hit 3 points. I know that I want to make 3 or 4 specific points, but I'm gonna spitball how I make them and see what works. But I mean, if I had to say my writing favors one, I favor planning in advance over freeballing it. The freeballing is more so if I, like, have a clip that I'm showing and I just need to talk about it in a very casual manner. Then I'll freeball a lot harder. I just find it's a lot easier for people to, like, understand a point you're making if instead of, like, saying it like you're having, like, a conversation and you have to, like, pause to think about what you're gonna say. Like, that was an unironic, like, at the end there. You just plan out in advance exactly what you're gonna say. And then spend all your time planning the delivery of it more than you are what you're gonna say. But it's all about style. I'm trying to press this button without falling. I don't know why. I don't know what this button does. I think it does something cool. Oh, it makes me go down. Oh, it makes it go down. Huh. It's literally trapped. I can't go down. Their bodies are blocking it. Get out of here. This feels like some fun secret stuff. Don't forget the stretch check. You know what? You're right. What's tough about structuring is when it is supposed to make someone laugh. Looking at something and thinking, okay, now make this funny is difficult. Yeah, but it's a muscle. It's like the same way you can train any other muscle. Like, conversation is mostly muscle training, too. I think less is more is funny. So think about it less and it'll make them laugh more. Like, watch, I'm gonna wow my whole chat with a magic trick. You ready? Look, I pulled my thumb off. See, that's my thumb. So hopefully that helps you understand. I thought I was finding a secret tunnel, but this is just the entire level. And I'm starting to wonder if I skipped some important resources getting there. It's like they give me a new weapon, but then I have to empty the entire clip of that new weapon just to kill one thing. So it's like, why even give me a new weapon if it's just to kill one thing? Are your streams normally this long? There's really no norm, if I'm being honest. But no, it's usually like 4 hours, I would say, is the average. Which I feel like I'm probably at like 4 hours now, maybe 5. And that's only because I'm really trying to make headway on this mission pack. Rocket jump, please. If I can find some ammo in the next 10 seconds, I will. Oh, perfect. Whee! There, I rocket jumped. Once again, I used all of my rocket ammo, killing one thing, and then losing the rocket launcher. They put 2 health packs next to the nail shooter. I have to cross it at the furthest point, but I gotta kill everything first to actually do that. Yeah, I will say I'm coming around to the no animation interpolation. But I also am just a sucker for big, blocky, chumpy animation. It's no secret. Gotta find that elevator. Only one more to go. Allegedly. Let me out. By completing the sequence, I got rid of the podium that I need. Would have been easier if I didn't complete the sequence. I really don't have to fight for the scuba gear, but I do want to explore the water a little bit. You know what, I'm just gonna leave you. Perfect. Oh, this thing can still see me. That's... It won't... It won't... It won't hit. Could you give me a thinner podium, please? There's a little too much wiggle room over here. No, I can't. I have nowhere to blow up these seeking missiles. Oh. This is hell. This is hell. Oh, I'm head peeking now. This is real Quake shit. Okay. Ow. Are you gonna treat bucket list videos like something to do passively, or will it be in between bigger projects? I mean, in a manner of speaking, it'll be in between bigger projects. It's just easier to space out, like, the sort of rapid-fire reviews between, like, a long analytical funk study. Which isn't gonna say I'm gonna, like, put out a review of each Quake mission pack with like, an anal amount of per mission feedback. Like, I'm really just gonna look at... Like, when I make a bucket list, I'm gonna look at the whole list from above and poke out, like, the notable, like, overarching game design of it all. Like, I'm not trying to make a review of Scourge of Armagon. I'm just trying to build the bigger picture of what is Quake. And that's kind of like, that's what I figure other bucket list videos will be. So I wouldn't view it as like a small, like, it is a smaller video, but I still plan to approach it like any other video. Which is that I find like a point and then I work around it. Youch. Go fast, go fast. Don't think about shoot. Don't think about shoot. Just go fast. Get key. You know what? This is a bad idea. Feisty, but dead. As am I. This mod pack has like severe ammo starve. Like, it seems like ammo starve is a huge, consistent philosophy throughout it. And I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, I know it's not Doom, but... like, I can only fight things with a shotgun so many times before it's just like, give me a reserve, man. Throw me a bone here. So I got the gold key now. That's where I need to go. If only I knew where the gold key door is. I'm doing some like multitask thinking. Like I'm looking through my brain for memories of a key door. This feels like the right direction. This leads to the underwater. Alright. I'm still not seeing the end point. Oh, there it is. Perfect. And once again, all I have is a shotgun. I literally, like, did I not pick up those ammo packs? I did. I did pick up those, what I thought was an ammo pack. And it wasn't even enough. And I can't even pick up that ammo because this motherfucker's standing on it. And I'm back to the shotgun once again. Yada yada daze. The good news is I made it. That's a lot of items. This almost feels like a boss fight amount of items being handed to me right now. Which I hope it is, because I've been playing this shit for a while. The Gauntlet. Thank you, Misky Whiskey, for the compliment. Does anyone here listen to the Strokes? Sit me down, shut me up, and I'll get along with you, my friend. Funk, while things are slow, have you heard of Vintage Story? Yeah, it's like Minecraft, but it's more about like farming. It's like agriculture tech and management. I have a friend that started playing it and has been hyping it up, but I have not played Vintage Story. But I fully welcome Minecraft alternatives. Before we start the Gauntlet, there's something very important I need to do. The spy.
That spy is an enemy.
The spy is an enemy.
Oh, I am the spy.
Alright, so which one is a spy? This one has a mask on. That one doesn't have a mask on, so it can't be him. Neither does that.
Your mother.
What? What? It's the mask one. I knew it. I always knew it in my heart of hearts that that was going to be the spy. I had a feeling. Did you let your team get backstabbed? Thank you, Thank you, SFM Riddles, for creating art. For creating true art. I really hope this is the last level, because I don't think my lungs can take any more. When it comes to something as technical and complex as Deadlock, what's your writing process? Did you make a specific section that you add over time? Or did you write out your thoughts? I'll be honest. I felt that whole video was just basically me, gushing about, like, 10 tangentially related concepts. It didn't feel super structured to me. It felt like me talking about teamwork in Deadlock, but with 30 different contexts. But I try to structure it in terms of intensity, right? In sort of like the same way a Deadlock match starts with the laning phase, and then it ramps up as people get more items and souls. They start roaming the map more. I tried to frame the video like I'm not just gonna start the video talking about minute 40 of a Deadlock match. Like I'm going to try to start the video talking about the laning phase, and then it'll get more complicated over time. The same way a Deadlock match starts out very calm and simple and then gets bigger and bigger. I tried to make sure the writing followed that same tempo. I'm worried about using all my nice weapons because I feel like, I guess it's the gauntlet, so it's not a boss fight, but it is going to be a lot of combat. Trapdoor is opened. This is like RPG syndrome. Like, I don't like having to only use my shotgun, but I feel like I have to conserve ammo. Like, look, I just ran out of all of the ammo for 2 of my weapons doing that. I literally fucking ran out. And I killed 2 things doing it. Funk, if you had to be one sauce, what sauce would you be? It'd probably be like a Chipotle ranch. Or like a Dijon mustard. I could see myself being a Dijon mustard. Like, it's still mustard, right? So it's an acquired taste. Not everyone likes it, but it's Dijon. It's a bit higher end. You know, it makes up for it. It's not too tart. I think Dijon is my final answer, unironically. Like, you're not gonna need me for everything, but the things that you put me on, it's gonna be better than it would otherwise. How do you spell that? D-I-J-O-O-O-O-O-N? There's a couple O's, I don't know how many. I think there's only one, now that I think about it. Okay. Just picked up a bunch of ammo. Watch me burn through all of it now. Even worse. Even worse than that. Eyes on the prize. Eyes on the prize. Shoot the big guys. Certainly is a gauntlet. Funk, if you were to imagine a hero shooter who leans more on the fun than on the competitive, what do you think would make it fun? An increased movement range, some sort of goofy mechanic, or maybe ways to add randomness? I think you integrate more social mechanics, like waving and kill binding. I think you give players ways to be more goofy with each other, and that's how you produce a more goofy environment. Like, I think if TF2 didn't have kill binds, it would still be a goofy game, but it would not be the same goofy game by a long shot. And I think those features are what make a goofy game more than having a specific map mechanic or gameplay mechanic. I mean, the entire VGS wheel of TF2 is what makes walking up to an enemy and just staring at them entertaining. It's not really entertaining to run up to someone in another hero shooter and stare at them, because the game has no social mechanics to reward you for it. Thoughts on game design that require you to fall for something before you can avoid it? I mean, it's not a controversial opinion, is it? But it's kind of amateur. There are a lot of ways to telegraph things to a player before it impacts them. I prefer it be telegraphed, but if you're not going to do that, at least, you know, make an auto-save point a moment before an expected death. But I think better than that, just don't produce expected death scenarios. Or if you do, add some relief to the player afterwards. I mean, do you like? You don't need me to repeat the Mega Man X sequelitis, right? I think other people have articulated pretty well how games can show you what's coming. Damn, game. I never knew that I was gonna shoot myself there. Why didn't you fucking tell me? Not cool. That is a one-hit kill, I've learned. Hey, Funk, can you do a backflip? Okay. A first-person backflip on a green screen isn't as impressive, but I promise you I did it. Don't worry, I will be save scumming. The first time the environment actually kind of helps me out. Because these guys' grenades sort of roll off into the water, making it pretty safe for me to corner peek. And that's why we save. This does, like, it is interesting to approach this mission pack. Like, I don't know who worked on these levels and how much these guys differ from the base Quake campaign. I have to imagine, like, John Carmack was involved in this. But was it the pet project of a dev while they worked on Quake 2? Or was this the whole dev team? That stuff I'll need to, like, research later out of curiosity, because it feels much less directed compared to base Quake. Probably because, you know, this is the cutting room floor of stuff that didn't quite make it. It doesn't feel like stuff that is so inspired that they absolutely had to share it. It just sort of feels like, they had the time to throw out some levels, so they did. Like, I'm curious what their intent was behind it. Was it getting out all the ideas they couldn't fit into Quake 1, or was it just biding time for the second? Usually, these were made by other companies. Well, I know the two last map packs were made, like 20 years later for the 20th anniversary of Quake. I know less about these original ones and their relation to like, id. Ow. Cool bridge. Ow. I couldn't get to the other health pack. The big guys are going to show up and create a large problem. If I could dispose of one early, that would be very helpful. Maybe it's just the one. Hmm. Hello to those in chat saying hello. I feel like Quake levels could be considered liminal spaces. Like, if you separated it... Like, if you separated all of the enemies from inside of it, and then slapped an ugly AI filter over it to make it look like a real warehouse. I feel like Zoomers would get a big kick out of it. Good time to find a secret. Whoa. Holy crap. Armagon awaits. The Armagon? Oh yeah. If a level ever screamed final boss, I think 5 spinning weapons straight in your face when you spawn would be that. Okay, hold on. Let me get ready. Okay, I'm ready. Can I get a hashtag ArmaLame in chat if we think Armagon is actually Arma dumb? I take it back. That was actually... He's got hands, I should say. My man came prepped. I am wasting all of these shots. Uh-oh, uh-oh. The first time bee-hopping is actually gonna come in handy here. Let's see if I can even do it right. Jesus. I don't know what's happening, but this thing where, like, I do this little jump non-stop. Whenever there's, like, a transitory period in the level. I didn't even get my 10,000 proximity mines down. It's gonna suck. The rockets I'm fine with. It's the shooting them straight through the corner of a wall that feels a bit rude. What if it's like a you have to stay close thing? It actually does kind of feel like a stay close thing, although I am now losing all my health. Staying close would be easier with a weapon that doesn't have travel time. It was so immediate. It's just the way that I instantly loaded back. Okay. Alright, fair enough, fair enough. Go again. I'm gonna try to move as little as possible this time. He's got like a Dark Souls attack, that's what's going on. You just have to know when he's Dark Souls attacking. It would be really funny if that was the whole fight. There's no way that's the whole fight. Alright, okay. Armagon. More like all gone. Look at him. Saunter off into the distance. he's called Armagon because his arms are gone. Where the fuck is Quake guy running? I thought it was like a sequence. I think he's just running randomly. Is the game frozen? What? I can't. Did I beat it? What? I'm just gonna assume that was the end of it. Did you glitch it with the prox mines? I guess I did. Has anyone here beaten this DLC? Do they know what is supposed to happen? I almost feel like I need to beat it again. I'd hate to interrupt Quake guy, BJ Blazkowicz, while he's getting his steps in. He's literally just running around. Look at him go. Alright, let's try that again, I guess. I'm still gonna cheese it, but I'll try to kill him with a different projectile. Oh, he pre-shot. Good for you. It's interesting. Like the time I beat him, it almost seemed like he was glitched because he's now doing a different behavior. Like he's now spinning in advance of me. Maybe this is phase 2. Maybe it's like a specific distance I gotta keep. Woo. Just tap strafe to mess it up. That might work. Yeah, it kind of, it sounds like you're right. You can literally just tap strafe and he won't know what the fuck to do. Okay. Alright, you can die correctly now, Armagon. I think I killed Armagon standing in the middle of the map, which prevented BJ from running into this trigger sequence. Which explains a lot why he just ran around confused. Yeah, you go into there. Congratulations. After the last echoes of Armagon's death yell fade away, you breathe a heavy sigh of relief with the loss of his magic. Okay, that was the expansion pack number 1 for Quake, Armagon's whatever. Scourge of Armagon. Armagon was an interesting boss. Definitely a little flawed, I would say. I enjoyed the pack, not as much as I enjoyed base Quake itself. It was a little undercooked. I'll let you guys know later what I feel about the other packs. I do not expect to be streaming those ones. I will be streaming other stuff later. With the loss of his magic, Armagon's fortress begins to collapse. The rift he created to send his grisly troops through time slowly closes and seals itself forever. In the chaos that ensues, a wall collapses, revealing one remaining time portal. With your chances to escape rapidly growing slim, you race for the portal, mindless of your destination. In a flash of light, you find yourself back at Command HQ, safe and sound. Congratulations. You are victorious. I could read the rest of this, but it's Quake lore. So the Quake lore is going to mostly be you won, your family lives to breathe another day while the minions fall off to lick their wounds. Only time will tell. I'll give them credit. They had a whole animation sequence prepared for that. Okay. As you can tell, I'm falling apart from the inside out here, so that is definitely going to spell the end of the stream. I mean, I started at 6:30 and it's 11, so that's like a 4.5 hour go. I did it. I finished it. Thank you for anyone who had the stomach to sit and listen to me cough for 5 hours and play DLC from 1997. Like I said, I have a video expected to come out in about a month. I'm going to be working hard on that, but you will see me probably next Tuesday, and you'll see me a bit more later in the month with some other streams. But for now, you can join the Discord and check the events to know whenever I'm streaming. That's where I tend to schedule them. That's it for now. I got nothing else to really share. But take care of yourself, live long, live well, and don't eat too much sugar. Bye-bye.